living duplicates. 3 have died. Got a couple projects going, as it tends to be. Planning out 30 things at once. Probably not the best plan, but it is our plan. I'm trying to get some more power generation, because we desperately need it. Especially since we have dedicated these to build power generators to these to get the air flowing. Do we have it up to a smart system? They're not at full. And they're increasing. So that means it's sending a red signal, right? Yeah. Okay, they're at maximum power and everything is still running. Because I haven't hooked that one up to the system? Or maybe I'm only powering them with a 1. Let's see. Both of them are being powered, but I think only one's hooked up to the smart system. Ah, that is true. I guess we do hook them both up. Since they're both powering that, might as well. That way we can build up some gas. In the meantime, even a gas reserve tank would actually be a pretty good addition here. However, the problem would be where would we put it, which would probably be down here. Or, yeah, because if that fills up, then this will turn off. It's honestly not the worst thing. Even though we have it set up with one of them continually operating, it isn't that bad. That ensures that we maintain power in here for a lot longer of a time, rather than running out. But they both go down to 10. Pop these up to 25, and we will have them automate. Oh, this one's actually at 0, so I'm glad that I am making this adjustment, because I probably would have forgotten that otherwise. As I already have. And yeah, we definitely want to get this hooked up to the network. Okay, good. We did plan for that. It was an inevitability. I do want to get these done first. But the best thing right now is that plant is still there. That's not the best thing. Speaking of plants, how are we doing over here? I'm still having atmosphere issues. This isn't running because we're not detecting an element. we can always switch it over to fluid oxygen. Oh, it'll turn on. And that's not the worst thing because we're sending this over to here, which is a filter. You know what we should do? Let's probably move this sensor over to there. The only problem with that is there's a plant there. What we could do, though, is set up a buffer. That can run for a little bit. Oh, not power, automation wire. I would like to see that done as soon as possible. Good. And this is also a fairly quick construction. So I headed up to 8. But it gets taken care of as well. Got the wire done over here. So good. Glad to see that happening. Well, I suppose that will get dug up at the same time. Yeah, we have a 9 already on that. Cannot be... No, it can be reached now. So really that's pointless to add in the additional job there. As long as we continue making the progress over there, I will be happy. I have this job for an additional carbon skimmer over here. So it doesn't seem particularly necessary to have that location. But it is on the same network, or will be on the same network. Is over here. Wait a minute. Uh-huh. Yep. So apparently what we were doing is we were only using this sensor and then doing it. And then this would send another green signal, but it was kind of redundant. Because it was already receiving a green signal. The other one, it literally didn't even matter. Ah, my brain. There's the wire. Does that change the priority of the carbon skimmer itself? I don't think so, because there is no priority on it. Okay. So that's going to get fixed right quick. Thank you, Devin. Oh, he just brought the gold over. He did not actually install it. There we are. Now it can operate when both conditions are fulfilled. And the timer just got finished. We can set this to 20 seconds of operation. When an incorrect element is sensed. Actually, pretty well off right now anyway, but now we're better off. Hey, we're taking care of the little slickster. That's great. It's happy. And does this count as a stable? Well, it must, otherwise we wouldn't be taking care of it. Alright, well, you know what that means. We need an incubator in here. So quiet down here. And then the automation to associate. Which means a critter sensor and wire going to here. And up, this way. And a good old knot gate. That'll get done whenever. I don't expect that your breeding cycle is super quick with an age of 100. Probably well. Molten larva eggs need a higher temperature, and then long hair larva eggs when it's too cold. Which they get a decent chance to. I mean, it's rather cool down here. Well, not here, but here. Big difference in temperature from one side to the other of this room. We're completely full on all of our tanks, which is great. We have so much natural gas, so that'll help us get us through the thin times. And this, of course, cuts off supply. And temperature in here actually does increase as it goes. We're actually getting the temperature down in here. We could even, if we wanted to, start growing bristle blossom in here, I believe. Oh, we need to mop this up. Which hopefully won't punish us too much for not having it a super priority. It's not like we're going to be adding to it. Now we get some mushrooms. Which really I'm not very interested in any duplicates at all anyway. So I'm happy to take those. Oh, right, we've got 3 more rooms to create. And we have enough plastic for one of them. Meanwhile, you have worked hard. We'll let you get through the night before we kick you out of your bed. Good morning. Goodbye, bed. Now, power seems to be playing very well. I really do need to put some batteries somewhere. For the main grid. That makes more sense, like right here. Let's smarten up these batteries. For increased capacity. Wait. Oh, no, no, no. Hold on. Hold up. Cancel. These actually have a capacity of 40 joules. Or kilojoules. Whereas these only have 20. So these are higher capacity, but they do bleed a little bit of their energy out. Whereas these are more efficient. So yeah, gas is building up there. Soon enough, this will become empty. I'm considering putting in a secondary so that gas can be vented up to here. That seems like a good plan. Seems like. Might actually not be. Yeah, I don't think it is. Because now they're running again anyway. Which doesn't seem like they should be. Unless it really just filled them up that quickly. Well, okay. They do drain pretty fast when none of them are running. I accept it. And when they both run constantly, because there's excess of gas, fill up nice and quickly. Which makes me wonder. I don't think there is a bridge for the power of this type. No. I'm actually okay with it running this way. That allows more hydrogen to build up here, which means this one will be running closer to full time. That also means less oxygen is getting taken care of though too. Get it though too? The O2? No. Sorry. Well, this gets processed immediately. I guess a really simple connection up there would mean this one would still be dedicated to here. And this is going to cause a huge headache if it doesn't work out right, but now this one can contribute to both systems, not just the main one. Looks like it doesn't make a whole lot of difference unless the element changes. Nothing's actually built over here, still just deconstruction done. Although we did get the walls done here, which was of course the higher priority. I was going to block that off. But instead what we could do, at least temporarily, is just put in a manual airlock instead. Now if the poke shell ends up in there, then we kill it. If it ends up being wild, then that's fine too. We have some overheat damage, which hasn't happened in a while. So let's get a temperature sensor in here. I don't have to hook up to the whole network, we can just hook it up to this one. They are running a lot more constantly than they had been. Get that fixed on an 8. And also put together on an 8. So what's nice about this is you can set it above or below. And we could actually do that with the... We don't need the NOT gate. We thought we were so smart with that. We were not. We could have just toggled a switch. Oops. Well, it's really one of those things where it's built that way now. What about over here? No, we don't have to build this now. So cancel that. So how are you guys doing? You are cramped. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which I could have just checked the counter. So I'll make that 6. And this one will unfortunately be the other way around. If they are below 6, you can operate. However, we would actually have to build the incubator as well. Food. Incubators are, of course, food. We will eat them all day. I'd remove the plans from there for some reason. Let's go ahead and enable some buildings. See if we have any power issues. So, I feel like we could then. We were doing okay before. It is without these running full time. They're generating too much heat. Body temperature is above 95. Wrote that down to 94 then. Just that 1 degree of difference, I guess, makes the difference. Our atmosphere in here, very nice and carbon-based. Skimmer running every once in a while. Seems to be pulling the carbon down. Slowly, but it is doing it. Or at least we don't have as much of a concentration of natural gas in this one as we had previously. I'm okay with this one being primarily carbon-filled. I'd like to at least see this one be a little bit more relaxed in that regard. And we will have some lean times coming up with the system here, but that's only reserve power for the actual power generation, not the actual cooking, which can pull from here as well, so tain't all bad. Clearly we need this at 250. Our overheat temperature here is 167, so that is way too high. Also, I really wouldn't even want it to get that high anyway. The alternative is to deconstruct it and then make it out of gold. Thermoregular, gold, gold. And this one's copper. You know what? This one has 257. Let's deconstruct this. Just make it out of gold. That'll make it that much easier. We'll, of course, have to get this done as soon as possible. Because otherwise, everything is being held up. Get in here, deconstruct this. It was a good thought. It was a good thought. But if it's just for the sake of protecting the thermoregulator itself from overheating itself, why not just make it out of a different material that can withstand the temperature? If only we had that option down here. And we really don't have access to wolframite on this particular map, the Oceanic, because we don't have a cold zone anywhere that I'm aware of. Be an interesting idea to mop things up here. Right, so this is disabled. Let's enable this building. See if it has power anyway. Not yet. I have to build some wires first, which are on no priority. Even the construction over here is not going very fast. And he's trapped in here. So, I'm afraid, my pokeshell friend, your life is allowed. And we'll definitely have to build the... Oh no, we got the electrolyzer and the generator and the electrolyzer build. So we're making progress there. Maybe make this a 9 just to get it done. I want to get the roof done as well. But it's good to see progress is being made there. I don't know what happened here, why the wires are over top, but it happens sometimes, I guess. This is actually dormant, and we have a ton of pressure because we have so much built up. But knowing that, we've let through quite a bit of natural gas. Once it goes out to here, it will come out. That one definitely goes that way. And I think that this will only go that way. which is fine. The problem is pressure. Oh, it shouldn't be the worst thing. I think we only get polluted oxygen in there once the door is open, when the door is open. So we could drop this down to a 10-second operate time. And that might resolve that issue. Okay. Check our elements. Yeah, this seems to be working quite well. They have 50% oxygen in the top of this room, where it used to be mostly natural gas. A lot of this is just going to take time to filter back out of there. Ah, there's no wall here. I'd like to see it done sometime, relatively soon. So you must have been up turning that back on. Still doesn't have power, of course, but that can wait. Oh, right, your bed. I'm so sorry. I was panicking like every second of the day about stress, but since we have consistent power again, things are going great. And I think it's really all thanks to diverting this power into this dedicated system. Disabled by automation grid. Okay, so this actually needs to be done super quick, because it feels like it's hooked up to the automation, but it's not actually. So how long has this been dormant for? Oh, not very long, just 4 cycles. Which is actually half of today so far. More than that. Which is fine. So temperature in here is... Well, we could put buddy seeds. I like it. I'll have to switch out this door though. It's mostly carbon in here, a little bit of good oxygen, some natural gas pocket for some reason. Not entirely sure why that is. Unless it is just because the only person going out there has flatulence. Go to starvation, the puffs. Well, I don't know what to say. We don't have any algae. We've got slime. So what produces polluted oxygen? Other than just having another small reservoir of polluted water over there, which we could do. Just print the copper ore. not sure how this would actually work. Because we need a way to get them polluted air. I guess the easiest way would be to have a gas filter blow it out there. But polluted air is there. Plenty of it. It's all carbon dioxide in here. Oh, a carbon skimmer would work just fine. Could even put it over here. Yeah, that works. Automation. Yawn. Boring automation. Let me just up the party here. 2 and 8. To get it done. Because we got plenty of polluted oxygen just above that room. And there are airflow tiles, of course, which we're planning on getting rid of, but we can keep them there. And go back to building more, which we had taken them out of the plans, but we can put them back in. Not right there. We'll fix that, don't worry. Unless you want to. In which case, worry away. Already got them working over here. Excellent. It is the end of the cycle, though, of course. And we got this mostly done. And the only reason it's not operating is because we have to work on the infrastructure up here a little bit more. Which will happen eventually. Especially if we dig there, change all of these priorities up. So we actually indicate that we want the things that are possible done, and not just the impossible. Ah! We hooked this up backwards, didn't we? No. But the vent's not built yet. Put that at a 7. I would like to see it done in my future. Our populations, we got 4. Only 2. 5. 3 and 4. These populations have been dropping. Actually, our reserve reservoirs are back up to full, which means that the pressure in here is dropping, yeah. Suit stations are mostly full. Just a couple of them, at least the one in the end, which isn't as full. But that'll happen since it's filling from right to left over here. And the other way up top. Actually, we seem to have A little bit of coal in reserve. Oh, these actually aren't even operating right now. They are on backup, which is amazingly good. Automation, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, we've got some going down that way. We are collecting, because everyone's happy. I want to spit a lot of stuff. One must assume it is the right stuff. And then we suck it up and spit it on this way. Anything else that gets sucked up, like the eggshells, which is the best part of this whole operation. And do we actually have enough range? I don't know if we took the ladder out, but we don't want to do that. Could take one of these little storage bins out, though. But I'm not that concerned about delivering the eggshells, but it would keep it so nice and organized. Make sure all these settings are transferred around. And it might take a little bit, but let's sweep up all this garbage. Except for the larva eggs. It should have just been the 3. Farm station's doing well. Producing our micronutrient fertilizer. So we've got a lot of food here. In fact, let's turn off the farm station. Consumable cultivatable soil? No, I don't think so. Should be one of these things in here. Organic? No. What I really need to do is just move this whole operation over to there. Yeah, it seems like the pollution levels are decreasing in this water supply. So what are we going to work on today? Duplicates. Oh, I was going to beauty up the base a bit, but I do want to get power situation, which is pretty much under control right now. I'd like to get it further under control, though. Which is, this is how it does get done. Oh, this whole thing is going to happen eventually. It's currently disabled, though. So we really do need all of this built. Since we have a priority of 9 to build the damn thing in the first place. Although the power is not all that important right now, but the plastic generation a little bit more important. Because we want to get all the beds made. Speaking of beds made, did we have the party? Good, we did. And now it is Mima's bed. And we were having some problems with the elements in here. And it's just because these that need to be built. They even put, it's, excuse me, it's just the plant that's suffering, not anyone else. So. Although here is body temperature and body temperature. I suppose we could put another vent. Over here. But I don't think it's completely necessary. You're trying to switch over to Mirth Leafs anyway. But the gas has been flowing out, not at a huge rate. But same is true for here, and we've been doing a fair job taking it in. I'm not sure why I had these. Oh, the water break. That's why. Well, we can deconstruct those. I am tempted to resume operations here. Though it is not necessarily necessary. Wonder if I can hook a automation up to the power generator. I can, not the geyser itself. And really, we just need to build the switch anyway, which will get done in good time. Anybody coming over here to do construction? Well, not right now. Yeah, we always check that at the end of the cycle. When people gotta eat, people gotta sleep, people gotta eat. I honestly should just mop this up anyway. Because the problem over here is that there's a little bit of salt water and polluted water, which is causing this to build up to almost full levels, and it has to actually get over. There's literally a ton of water right here, which is being blocked by 25 grams of polluted water. Which should not be, but that is the way it be. Ah, the thing. The blueprint. Oh, an oxyfern seed. Thank you. Yes, please. So, we have plumbing. Fresh water going through there, that's why we have that one set up. A carbon skimmer over here, which doesn't even operate anymore. Because I don't think there's any real significant amounts of carbon in there. Nope. Could put it in here, and it seems like it'd do well. Or we could put it in here, and it might do better. I think we put it in there. We can even put a pipe down to it if we put in a liquid bridge. Which would involve deactivating those. So we are working over here. Still, which is good. Got to appreciate that. Alternatively, we could put it over here. Get more carbon. What's your situation? Atmosphere. We got some polluted water in here somehow. Up that on a 9. Might have been a little bit getting in here and then it just got pushed over further and further. Now they will have a problem with the atmosphere for a little while because they will not have actual water. But it'll eventually be a problem. So let's disable this just for a moment. Oh, you know what? We're waiting for an oxygen fern seed right here. So we'll just pop it in there and call it a day. There we are. Problem solved. I got salt water there. We'll mop that up. And that should be fine. Should allow for the better flow of water. In fact, we don't even need it there. It just means it's another solid tile, effectively, and that's okay too. Well, I guess we have to enable the building. Won't have power still. So we get the wires hooked up. In fact, I have overlooked power wire to this one. Alright. Ventilation venting nicely. Seems like it was off for a moment, though. It was. Are we actually... Let's trace this back. This one's got plenty going in there. Then it goes over to there. That's not going at 200% right now. Ah, power problems. Yeah. Which we're working on slowly but surely. So let's drop these down to a 6. And pull all this up to 7. For a little while we're going to have some issues with being almost entirely polluted gas and overpressure, but that will get taken care of before too long, pumping the gas out. I'm not sure we're having power issues again. All I did was turn one little thing on again. This should be the primary focus now. So we just need to get some pipes hooked up and the filter, which we do need to designate to hydrogen. That power, is that good? I might have made a mistake? No, power's good. It will be. These are probably both in operation right now. Some pressure issues here. If anything, I would want to turn this on for longer. Man, I'd really like to see this operational. It could be right now, except for one thing. We need those particular... Wait a minute. Oh no, it goes up and over. So these would have to be in 9 as well. Because supplying into that one. And we might as well get that done too then. So basically everything except for the extra electrolyzer, which is literally an extra electrolyzer. Which we don't need. Because the electrolyzer, if we actually look into it, produces 112 grams per second of hydrogen, whereas the generator consumes 100 grams per second. So we're actually producing an excess of hydrogen. The tricky part is just getting rid of all the oxygen. Oh, which we need to finish the power coupling. Here, then it should have a chance to be operating. But for now, we'll get some of that slime over there. So how is our decor? It's farming. This is our decor. It is abysmal. In many locations. The rooms are nice. They could use some sweeping, though. But over here, we really don't have a lot for decor here. Actually, it's doing great. Storage area's god-awful, though. So let's build some art. Well, we were going to work on that, weren't we? That's all I need for now. Well, we can't get down there until things are built. It shouldn't be a problem. Just a minor annoyance. We got those built. We do have no power whatsoever going this way. Good job. Only the most important part. So, we'll have to rely on our fellows to fellow that up. Or to follow that up. We were putting plenty of hydrogen in here. They were not operating, and then we hooked this up. Now it all goes away. Okay. So, honestly, it was that. That's funny. Try to make things better and end up making things much worse. Oh no. Oh. Thought we were gonna have the glitch where it printed the plan everywhere. Fortunately, we were able to avoid that. I might automate this to only act if there's only like 250 grams of pressure, which seems like a damn good plan. We don't need a vacuum in here. Or maybe 100. Either way, having a little bit of natural gas just floating around here is absolutely fine. I don't generally want to be running this where it's only pumping out, well, it's actually 500 grams, 300 grams. 60. See, those are decent amounts. It is going to drop down. Honestly, I just hate having these automation ones built without being able to pre-select what the cutoff is. Because it is kind of a pain in the butt. I don't know how our stress levels are so good. I know why, because we're able to actually manage them properly now. Because we had power going very well for a while. Everybody's just chilled out a bit. Pakus? Sure. Good. Wouldn't hurt that much. Why not? See if any of them decide to go into the other pool. Which is actually nice and full now that I see it. Or it had been horrifically low. So what I want to do here is run back over here with my brain and set this to, if it is above 10 grid signal, if it is above 50 grams. You know what? Let's literally make it 1 gram. Once we get down that low, you can stop. Well, maybe 10 would be a little bit better. Not sure how much we're going to prioritize deconstructing those. We've got one of them deconstructed already, though. I'd just like to have the filet o fishes somewhere to go. Still not even sure why I put this door here. Unless I was planning on making this a farming area, which I probably was, considering that possibility. Be a room, 104 tiles, still too big, but once we build in these tiles, it will be of reduced size. Hey, that's not carpet. Nor is that. What's going on here, guys? Let's jump these up to 6s. You know, I've never deconstructed a tile underneath the duplicator? What is this thing even called? Printing pod. I don't even know if it's possible. Waiting for that power to get hooked up for some reason. Even though I don't know what we even have that would be a higher priority right now. Well, I guess we could check. Well, it's number 5. Which means potentially, yeah, it is other people trying to work on the same thing. Wait, why did it say unreachable? For... not allowed by schedule. Alright, well, it's getting taken care of right now anyway, so it's not particularly important. So this should be moderately interesting to see how dirty that air is. We've got chlorine, polluted oxygen, all that carbon, bad stuff. We actually don't even need this. Alright, math time. How fun. Alright, we have 50 duplicants, or 15 duplicants. Let's say we had 16. Just to be on the safe side. Fudge the numbers a little bit in our favor. If they consume 50 grams each, effectively we do 800 grams, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That's enough for half our colonists. This can produce 40 grams per second, so 1 per colonist. This can produce 500 grams per second, which is actually enough for everyone else. So I can get rid of all the terrariums, just use the diffuser. Stop producing polluted oxygen. Now the only problem with the diffuser is it has an overpressure situation. In fact, some of these aren't even working anyway. The deodorizers, which are very unreliable. We really don't need... yeah, that's why we have all this gas built up there. Pipe is blocked. Because I don't think we hooked the piping up to the other network, either the exhaust piping. No, we did, it's just not completed construction yet because we have it at a low priority. Otherwise this would be working over there. My pressure down here is getting too low. Well, we're getting a little bit of stress now, because, again, they're not able to relieve it when they want to. Alright, so, we're operating over here at peak efficiency. Once again, as in, it's actually operating. Shouldn't take long before all the polluted, nasty, not good airs are out of here, and we're just limited to oxygen and hydrogen. So, if we... I'm starting to look at numbers a lot more. Frozen gas runs through pipes. We can do 500 grams per second, where we have this producing 1,000 grams per second, which means that with only two, or one per, it's only taking out half of what it could. Which would mean we'd either need to double the number of gas pumps, or find some other way of getting the gas out of here. Which could be as simple as not locking the door. If we do that, they only operate 50% of the time. We've got those cleaned up. Oxygen generation has not dropped significantly. Let's check our previous day's reports. Oxygen generation was mostly the electrolyzers. The oxyferns are producing a significant amount. Deodorizer around 50. The diffuser has not been operating very much because it has maximum pressure. Right, so the fish have happened. Alright, we get that deconstructed so we can put in a shipping conveyor receptacle. No. The loader. Load up eggs. Or egg shells. Jump a little bridge over here. Oh, so we are producing a meat. Getting that meat cleared out of there too. It's not immediately refrigerating, but it's at least getting it closer to the kitchen. It's extremely low priority, though. Except for building the loader itself. I'll just dump eggshells down there. They can put the rock crusher. Even though it acts like we don't have any... Can we not do anything with lime here? No, we can't. Wait. No. Eggshell to lime, right? Is that not a thing? Oakshell mold. Oakshell mold. Yeah, eggshell to lime. Five kilograms out of 600. Yeah. We're trying to automate that same process as well. So yeah, we need 2 to 1 on these gas pumps, which means if we're doing it that way, these generate 12 up, 100. They're tuned up, but it's 360. So with them tuned up, we can actually put in the other gas pumps in here. So that's been holding up the operation the whole time. I didn't even realize. Then again, yeah, 700 grams. Maybe just one more would be sufficient. No, there are 1,000 grams in each of these. So adding more would not really have a significant impact. Seemed like a good idea at the time, but that is the reason why they don't run constantly. Well, let's try it and see what happens. Yeah, I can't build it directly over the hydrogen, which is unfortunate. But there's no reason to build another electrolyzer, because that'll just make the problem worse. So we got power. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Probably because I'm not. No, it's probably fine. Maybe just increasing the priority up to 6 without changing the electrolyzer. Power, or I don't know why we have a priority on that. That could be done anyway. Over here, I don't think there's much that can be done. Except for deconstructing this one. We really don't need it. All it does is uses more power, and then they still only operate 50% of the time because maximum gas pressure. Apparently we were catching up on our building projects because even at priority 6 got this started on for at least supplying right away. I got this loaded up for eggshells, which is an organic. Bedrooms are getting, actually, yeah, they are getting swept up fairly well. Oh, those are rooms. So, out of curiosity, we have a washroom? No, we don't. Why? It is 2 tiles too big. Okay. That's funny. I'd also like to make this a little bit prettier. Just a little bit, though. Ah, well. Like I said, just a little bit, not a lot. Let's get these done on a 6 as well. I could jump these up to 7 over here. Just to make sure they still get done previous to this mess. So I'm glad I checked that. Alright, so we have our washroom back. We've got plenty of bedrooms. We're probably not producing plastic yet, though we could be. Hey, we have enough for another bed. It's the beginning of the day, so let's deconstruct that at 7. It should be a high priority to get done. So we still have to work on the pipes, and that's it for that, and then that should be pumping out. But what I could do to alleviate some of the congestion or potential for it is to create a second path for this gas coming out of here, which does require me to put flooring in here. We'll just have to deal with that. Which could mess things up for a little bit, so we'll hit a higher priority on the flooring parts of it. Just to make sure those get done. And then your brand new bedroom, complete with comfy bed and everything, will be a priority of 8. Just so we have it done tonight. Send a grid signal if above 4. If above 4? No. If below 3. Oh, my brain's backwards. Because I have the other one set to reverse. And it defaults to if below. Yeah, I wanted to at that. So I do want the green signal going there, which would allow us to put an egg in there. We haven't selected what kind yet. You put that at a priority of 8, isn't that correct, or is it 9? I don't know what we're running these at. It's actually 9. So I really actually want to produce slime over here, which means I think we need squeaky puffs more so than dense puffs. We can do dense ones up here. So let's incubate squeaky. And how's our power going over here? Still have the same gaps. Same gaps, but smaller. Will not take long to finish those up, so I'll just ask that. In fact, that's just the tile, not the actual power. And soon, my friend, we will have the 15th bed completed. Everyone will be so happy. We are out of fiber because we've built carpeting to make everyone so happy, which we covered before. Hey, and we've got the battery fully charged up here too, which is the best. So yeah, these are all sending green signal up above. So yeah, this is correct. We've got the egg down here, which will hatch it sooner. In fact, it was practically hatched anyway. Which saves us the plastic of making a trap. Which means that maybe we eat you. Because you didn't find your home. Sorry, bro. In fact, I don't even know how you fell down there. But anyway, we got a washroom. No barracks, we have bedrooms. We have Great Hall. Do not have a massage clinic. We do have a massage clinic and a hospital. Have a few power plants over here. Got greenhouses. At least one. Have plenty of stables. We do not have a recreation room or a nature reserve. Which are rooms we could have. I could go back and deconstruct this room. Which I wouldn't be entirely opposed to. Make it into a rec room. Instead of what we had it as. Seems fine to me. Even though I just put forth effort making it into what it is today. Alright, so just make these regular tiles. I think I was trying to change the material. So deconstruct buildings. Could even leave the lamps in. That does deconstruct that particular ladder. That's fine too. So this is a one-way door still. Yes. And so is this. Yes, but the other direction. That makes sense. And we got a printing pod. We can print a duplicate. Oh, another oxifern seed. Excellent. So now we do have the problem again of figuring out where to put that, and I don't mind it right here. Or, in fact, right here would work too. Assuming that that is, in fact, a viable location. Which it is. So we'll do that. But for now, everyone gets to go to sleep. Got a little bit of plastic going. How's the liquid buildup? Not much. Alright, signal switch is on. Thermal sensor set to 200 degrees. I'll allow it to operate. Oh yeah, we're definitely going through this natural gas now. But we made it through about half of the dormancy period. And we still have about a full tank of gas here. Which is most of the way. And then we've got this running nicely. Pressure in here is still... it's fine. It is blocked up because... this is blocked up. We need to work on this alternate path. Which I wouldn't mind getting it knocked out real quick. And this one will stop at maximum gas pressure. And it would be nice if this highlighted our oxygen producers. I kind of forget where my... Oh, well, we need a tile there for you. Otherwise we can't really do very much to keep you operating. I think the other one was over here somewhere, but we might have gotten rid of it. Wait, no, yeah, that's deodorizers. Sufficient algae. Partly because we're not operating this at the moment. Got 3 kilograms of slime. You guys generate oxalate, which we really don't need over here. Nope. I want to get these incubators built just so I can designate what kind of eggs we want to have in them. Of course, we foolishly built the knot gates on here, which I might fix at some point, so that I can have everything a little bit more consistent, get some materials back into the supply system. Oh, well, we prioritized that part, but we didn't prioritize down here. Which is the same as not doing anything at all. Alright, so we've got our bypass now. Which means that it's only going out this way. Which doesn't really fix things very much. Which actually means I'm kind of interested in just disintegrating these and giving them each their own separate path. Someone should rush over here fairly quickly. Disassemble that, and then we'll see if it's working correctly. Good. But that still means that we have pressure potential here. Which can be solved one of 2 ways. We can put in another set of thermal regulators, which need to run off their own batteries. I'm trying to highlight the generator. So we're not getting any power because we're just not generating enough. Now these are currently inactive because of the temperature. The carbon skimmer's not finished yet. This room is a giant mess. Put a ladder. No, we can't until we uproot this plant. I just want to make a rec room. So let's wreck this room. What are you even storage for? Seeds? Oh, okay. Yeah, you got plenty of seeds in there. Really doesn't consume very much of its weight, though. Critter starvation. The puffed princes. Yeah, because we're not producing any polluted air over here. They're producing oxygen because of those fools. So Squeaky. I'm gonna check in on what he does here. Make sure I am correct. Chlorine and bleachstone. Oh wait, I don't want him. I just want regular pufflets. Down here. Because I know what they do. They produce polluted oxygen. Or they eat polluted oxygen, excrete slime, which we need. And we want the same thing here. So we'll just have to copy settings. Which we can't. We don't need as much the if we get any tropical ones, we'll just cook those because they won't last and be very happy either. For now, at least, we don't need the squeaky puffed eggs. Or the dense puffed eggs, honestly. But never the prince eggs because they self-regulate. Slickster, kill it. We've had enough of your kind. Got 3 down here now? Or just the 2? Slickster and Slickster larva. Just the 2. Which is fine. I'm a-okay with that. I did a thing to try and increase the stream quality, but it does not seem to be working as well. Or OBS has a higher priority and I'm just not receiving as good a quality. So if anybody does have an opinion over the quality, if it looks a little bit blurry right now, please let me know in the chat so that I can continue to try and improve that. I'm going to deconstruct these 2 tiles. We'll put in a high pressure vent right here though. Everything there can be destroyed. Because I want to get a rec room so that people can actually have a good time for once. Everybody off to bed. Still working on that plastic. It'll take a little while before we get that up and running. Quality seems fine. Text is legible. Alright, thank you very much. It's just my viewing of it then is a little bit less than average, so I'm receiving just on my monitoring. So thank you very much, Reality Flaw. I appreciate the feedback. Am I dropping frames? I was having problems with drop frames. It's standard. I mean, it's 1.2%, which is pretty decent overall. These pipes can now be more safely deconstructed. without spilling water. Not that I even care if it spills water. It'll just spill it into water, which is fine. The pollution levels, which I haven't checked in like forever, okay. But only a couple of duplicates actually have any germs on them. We've got food poisoning on Max, which is a food issue, which could be a result from the water and the plants, but that's because these plants down here are getting polluted water, but they filter it out, I think, when they grow. Yeah, they have a little bit of food poisoning. They're just a risky food to eat. We're at 300k. Last time we were at 300k, it was okay. We're at mid-speed, running low on gas power, but we have 16 more cycles until next activity, which is pretty reasonable. 8, how are you guys doing? Are you happy? You're happy. We should start to get a lot of eggs in this room, which should feed the other incubators, which should make everything great. Right, no puffed eggs right now. In fact, no eggs at all. They've all hatched then. We're getting critter starvation because they can barely breathe. What do you consume, though? You consume oxygen, excrete oxalate. I can't imagine that you would excrete more oxalate than you produce oxygen, though. Which means you are very awkward to have. But you have a decor bonus. You're very likely to create more dense pufflet eggs because you're penned in with a puffed prince who consumes polluted oxygen. So he excretes whatever he consumes, basically, is my understanding of that. Unless it actually is a rotation, which would be awkward. Food poisoning in the water only affects recipes that use water. Yeah, that was my understanding too. And we're just using the electric grill, and the gas range, which do not use water. So I do need to copy the settings down to here. So we can have even more buildings that don't have the resources. It's all the grills though, which it means it's a-okay. Yeah, we've got so much hydrogen in here that it would be madness not to put another pump in there that just pulls this hydrogen into the system. Alright, reservoirs are completely done. Which means we're in power crisis mode, which means we're in stress management nightmare. And we see how much agricultural... Yeah, I've got tons of fertilizer because, of course, we're trying to get rid of the polluted water by synthesizing it all. We finally got this liquid vent done, which filled this up. Which we've been trying to do for a while. And we're disinfecting over here, which won't last forever. Eventually, it'll be pure and not polluted. We got some slime lung from the construction that had to be done, and digging the slime out from over here. So it's a little bit residual. So this pump over here is mostly just going to be grabbing the excess oxygen and make sure it stays in the system, keeps flowing out. Whereas these two will be pulling the hydrogen and oxygen. A little bit of hydrogen might get over here once in a while for it to enable the assistance as well. Don't really need dense puffs until space race. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I could just kill them off so that we actually have room then. Because they're actually causing more difficulty and will probably be creating problems for the Puff Prince. No, they just lay pufflets anyway. So, there's probably not a way to tell how quickly you are going to be producing an egg. So I think I will end up putting some polluted oxygen over here by way of a pipe. Which we have a giant mess to get through to get over to there. Although, if we just vent some of it out this way. Actually, if we put it right there, it could be a pain. And over here, we're not likely to get any for quite some time. Oh, you know what? The best way is probably just to put another emptier. Or rather, a bottle emptier. Silly Ada. Trapping herself out here. Well, as long as we have that open anyway, we might as well seal this off. Then try putting a briar seed here, even though the temperature's going to be too high for at least a little while. I think I'm just going to deconstruct these two, since we don't have plants in here anymore anyway. So there's not a maximum size to a rec room, is there? Because that would wreck things. Anyway. 64, really only 64 tiles. I guess we could make 2 different rec rooms. I don't want to... I don't even want to... Maybe if we had everything taken care of. I don't need any of these. Got plenty of directlets over here already. More than I want, more than I'm going to manage either. And these guys are cool down here. So we have long hair larvae, which I don't really think there's much of a difference between the two. It's carbon dioxide, extrudes oil. Where is the... Long hair slicksters probably do about the same thing. They consume oxygen, though, so we really don't want those at all. I'd much prefer that those eggs get taken care of before they hatch then, because we're not going to have oxygen down in here anyway. Temperature is generally warm over here, cooler over here. We have a lower chance for the regular larva eggs, unfortunately. Unless we were able to keep it hotter in here. Which we could do by activating this to operate more often. Like the one time we have a problem with that. And the weird thing about it is it, oh, 140? It's actually a little bit higher than I thought. Maybe we should have them down a little bit further. Yeah, 'cause it's only barely 140 over here. Oh, with them being happy and treated well, you're still wild, aren't you? Yeah. It should produce more, and they do have a 23% chance of producing, which is 1 out of 4. Yeah, long hair for decor. Yeah. Oh, they don't even produce oil? Ew. I mean, we're not critical on the oil production anyway. Oop. And that's all full up. I don't even know if this level has really gone down. I mean, it did push up into the pipe for a while in the beginning. So this is all constructed. We're working on this, it looks like right now, to get the geyser, which we mostly have done. I'd really like to see this one spot right here finished off. So this is the low point. So ideally we would be pumping out from here. I'm trying to dig that because it's bleached stone. It's unreachable because we need to build a ladder still. Could pipe it right through the bedrooms, but that would be bad. It's such a long, flowing system too. But ideally, I would like to take it over the top. And what do we got over here? There's more salt water. So, what we could do is just go up into there. I mean, a lot of digging. It's going to take a while. But it's a very long pipe. It'll prevent us from overheating the base too much with the temperature. We could always insulate the pipes, though, and make a much shorter route, which seems like the way to go, since we're not pumping a lot of liquids up there anyway. I do at least want to go above the height of the geyser, though. Block access, yes. From the left side? Oh, not from the left side. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. So I would need a tile right here, just to allow them access. Good point, thank you very much. So this is the height I want to go with. We don't need to insulate it yet. I'll need to put a door there, though. Airlock. That's a ton of salt water over there too, but we're mostly doing this for the geyser. But as long as I'm doing it anyway, might as well pop this open. I actually don't have the radiant liquid pipes, which is a little bit amusing to me. I'll tile up over there, and then do our mesh here. Get a lot of passive cooling for the geysers from all that excess salt water. Passive cooling for the geyser? How do I get passive cooling from salt water? If you know, that would be great, because I've always struggled with temperature. Because usually it's just like, well, we got the ice fan. Which never worked, in my opinion. Or, really, I've always just relied on cooling air. Oop. And then trying to put the air around. Oh, you got a ton of fertilizer in there. You were temporary storage for no particular reason. Temper the existing water. Will temper the hot salt water coming out of the geyser. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You're just saying that the water won't be too hot going through the base. But it's 121, the existing water is. And yeah, it comes out of there at 200 degrees. But I've seen it be sitting at like 150 degrees. I had a different base where it had a steam vent, and yeah. But I don't really care about the temperature of the water that goes over here. I mean, it takes so long. Once it's over here, it'll probably cool off. So I appreciate the input though. And I thought there was some secret amazing thing that you were telling me about, like, oh yeah, you can cool your entire base off by having salt water and running it through this material, or this machine. We're getting a green signal if it's above. No, we want it red. Sorry. Wait. My brain is backwards now because of these damn NOT gates we have on here. I'm going to get rid of all those right now so that I can be consistent again. Oh, you did, yeah, this entire area is hot over here. Partly because of the industry we have going down here, but also just naturally hot in that area. But once it gets down over to here, it'll be pretty cool. So slowly we're working on that, but we do need to get these done a little bit more quickly, just to seal up that wall. And this, just so that we can actually use that incubator still. Oh good, this is done. Mining everything out. Oh, if we really wanted some oxygen, we could get it right there. Or at least some oxalite, but not going crazy for that. Scalding. Herald. Alright. I don't know what you did, but don't do it again. Alright, good. The deconstruction has been done. Probably over here too, I'm hoping. Okay, good. Oh, that's nice. I just had to do it. I didn't even have to build anything. Alright. So I want this to operate if the population is below 5. These ones. Well, actually I think 7 is still fine. Oh, so switch them all around from above to below. It's a little bit hard to tell because we're running out on power right now. we are out of power because our natural gas geyser is out for a while. Which means we're getting close to exploration time to forge out for new areas. Oh, we might have a cool zone over here. We've got polluted water and oxygen, which is an indicator of a melting ice biome. I'd be pretty interested to see that. And honestly wouldn't mind digging straight up to it. Well, maybe not through the hydrogen necessarily. So we'll just build that far up with the ladder for the moment. Take that one tile out, and we'll hit some speed boost while we wait for those things to go. Do we have enough plastic for the last bedroom? No, not yet. We do have a high priority down here, but honestly, we're just going to turn this off for the moment. No, we're not. This we might disable, but this we would not turn off. Because it does generate power when it is operating. Which was really annoying me the last time because I would both want it to operate and not want it to operate at the same time. You do not have irrigation right now. Because this is not operating? Because this pump is not going. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess we're using a lot more water than we had been previously. This could end up being a problem. I mean, we've got a little bit of kickstart kind of stuff with a couple of manual generators that still exist. I would have thought we would have had all this piping replaced by now. I guess not. Alright, replacing these back to manual gas vents. Oop. For now, we're just going to split this from straight down the middle. And make a rec room on one half, and the other half will figure something out. For now, I'm fine with them using this. For now. Yeah, it'll be fine because we have another airlock over here. So even if the hydrogen does start coming in here, it won't be the worst thing ever. On the right side of the base, now this is open, which I can put this back on auto because the construction is fixed. We've got a wall here and a manual airlock here, which only allows them to go through one way. You're right. That was temporary. This is supposed to be locked now. They were certainly doing that. Hopefully that means the suits aren't all messed up. We got 2 suits over here. And did we run out over here? No. Okay, suits are good. Which is how Turner got slime lung. Hey, we got a nice masterpiece down here. And this abstract bit here. It's not actually abstract at all. It's probably something else. Oh, plastic. We'll save the bedroom for tomorrow. And stress has gotten big time. Oh, don't need to go down to 1 speed. Middle speed will work for now. Haven't checked on my gas levels in a while. Good, almost pure oxygen over here. Getting some polluted oxygen over this way, which is fine. We've still got our deodorizers set up to eliminate most of that. This one, however, is doing nothing at all. Hatchling eggs? No, we don't want those, because we're just on stone hatchlings right now. Anyway. Yeah, sending a green signal. So that means this one and this one are good. On population. Are we actually doing well on coal? For once? Probably not, just because we're primarily relying on our coal power now anyway. It got sent out the chute, which is of a minor annoyance, but these are all full anyway, so it's okay. I did see a little oil slick somewhere, right here. I think that's just old though. Not sure why I'm building this on both sides, but hey. That way we can put a painting up, sure. So much power, not even very much. Next, interstellar research using, wait, is this even a record? Wow, that's huge. Let's get rid of that lamp then. Maybe we'll actually, maybe we will actually build that. How much power does this use? 1.2 kilowatts. Jukebox uses a little bit less. Like, I'm trusting you guys to use this responsibly. Don't use all our power up playing video games, okay? Alright, that door's locked up tight now. It seems to be secure. Thank you again for that information. Alright, so it is the next day. We can deconstruct this in swift order. And complete our final bedroom. Giving us the life of luxury we need and improving our morale by way too little. And we're still a little bit short on the canvas for the artwork for all of them, even though it is a little bit extra and unnecessary. Oop. And we definitely do need the plant, something in here to improve the decor. Maybe just sweeping it up even. She had gotten most of the sweeping done. To pretty up the room. Alright, the arcade cabinet is installed. But the problem with it is a huge power hog. We pretty much are required to have this big old wire. I mean, we could do the transformer. We could upgrade the transformer over here, I think. Yeah, let's do that instead. So even with a 7, they should come over here pretty quickly. Our food is running low. Got mostly just lettuce and mushrooms. Not actually combining any of it. We have gas aplenty, but not enough power. They finally hooked this up. So I need to turn this off and then enable all these buildings so they can actually be properly hooked up to it. Temperature down here is great because we don't have enough gas going into those machines to generate the power. I will enable this building. Wait, I think I was just cracking eggs open and doing nothing with them. I don't know why I have omelette still enabled on this one. Thought I turned it off there so that I was only going to make omelets if we were low on food, which we certainly are. So, power over here was being done. Okay, so it does need that tile, but that's fine because we can use this tile for the ladder. We don't really have to go down there very often anyway. Well, it'll be weird, but I have to ladder hop. I'm gonna put this tile here. And hopefully nobody gets stranded down here, because that always is a fun time. So I guess we would build the ladder and take the tile out first. And hope that we didn't deconstruct anything else back behind it by accident, which we didn't. Lean times without very much coal. Yeah, the conveyor rail for the eggshells is getting worked on. And I would say, who cares about that, but at least once it's done, that won't have to be done again. So, the power potential on here. Well, what about combining another area as well? Okay, this has power from over there, which might be addable. If we deconstruct that and then just loop that in. And did we have something that was still isolated? I don't think so. No, we don't have anything that's isolated from the main network entirely. Alright, so simple enough. Scalding, are you up here, down here? Right. This is too full. Well. It's flowing over. I hate it. Do it now. It's not the biggest emergency. Alright, so got this. Pulls up. Somebody going over there and taking care of that. Yes, okay. Well, we're isolating it now. That's for sure. Alright, so this again, not the worst thing. Currently, we're already pulling up from there, which is pretty far down. Brings it up here, and it is not filtered there, so. We will need to do a temporary solution. Which means we need to filter out the oil. I actually want this configuration because we will be using this later as well. Let me bridge up. What fun this is, because we're going to open up this one too. Alternatively, we combine into this one. We're filtering out the clean water and dumping the polluted water, I believe. Oh, I guess you could just check out water. Then it goes up to here. So we need a saltwater filter here. Or going the other direction, which seems a little bit better. Deconstruct that. Take this down. And just dump it into here for now. Although we do need to bury it a little bit deeper than that, otherwise it's just more of the same problem. Or we could simplify this a whole lot more than that. Oh, they've already been digging at the... they're so industrious. Is I could just dump it over here. I was planning on doing something over here eventually anyway. It's a bit of a shame. Because now I actually have to cap that off. Oh, probably not, but we will. Then it gives us a little bit more breathing room, not as claustrophobic now. Stress is getting critical. You're not wrong about that. I think it's more that I've kind of accepted this ends up happening. Let's enable this table. We need to disable all of these. Disable the automation grid. Let's disable all of the incubators. Alright, we actually had a production. I will disable this even though it's not hooked up yet. Really don't understand the shovels still. I'm shocked that we didn't have a mental break there. He was at 100%. And I knew that the levels were getting up there, but I was just kind of not caring enough. Not nearly as much as I should. Put this on an 8 for the polluted water. We are taking care of it over here. We need some over here to generate a little bit of add another one over here as well. We just have to remember to disable this before it starts overflowing. And even if it starts overflowing, Most of it will go off this way. Actually, it should all go off this way anyway. So, no big deal. Same for over here. So, actually, I won't even turn them off. I'll just keep it at a 8 instead of a 9, which both of these should be at 9s. Yep. Taking good care of our puffs. They are starving. Time until death. 7.9 cycles. We might have to cull the numbers a little bit. Especially why do we have 3 princes in here? And we could use the food anyway. Still have 3 in the high stress warning area. Damage overheated. Oh, this nonsense again. But also, a bunch of stuff down here is getting overheated. I guess this is running rampant. Even though it should still be on the automation grid. It's not on the automation grid. Alright. It should have been, but it's not. Let's get that done super fast. It's not an emergency, but it's pretty important. This has an overheat of 257. It is made from gold amalgam, which I believe is the best we have right now for overheat temperature. They both have high thermal conductivity, although iron might be a little bit better. So let's build this out of iron instead. And this is lead. We don't want this made out of lead. No wonder it got damaged. What about this filter here? It's getting kind of loud in this. Let's zoom out a little bit. Copper? Alright, let's disable that, or deconstruct this too. You're still running, why? Could we deconstruct it, please? Thank you. Finally got around to it. Nope, we're repairing it. Or are we? Something's happening. I think it is the deconstruction. Alright, so, new plan. Need our incubator, not made out of lead. That was a mistake. Overheat's super easy. So, actually gold should be fine for that. Why, you're exhausted? I'm not sure why. Maybe you had to do some of the emergency repair work. Yes, you are correct, and damn it, it's supposed to be deconstructed. So does iron, which is what I want to build it out of because it also is not as thermally conductive. This is power. Yeah, iron ore. Oh, I have to make it out of ore anyway, so I thought I could make it out of actual iron. Which means that I should not cancel this deconstruction because it's the best we can do anyway. I just need to drop this down to 180. Oop. No, send a green signal if below 180 degrees. Properties currently at 200. Anyway, also the filter, which I really should be in the liquid view mode. Our shovels are a bit bothersome, but they are worth so much food. Ah, they're worth a lot of food. Okay. I do want to disable this pump though, before I build the filter. So I'm not pumping through oil up into everything and destroying the world. I also dropped the priority on the oil refinery down to a 7 from an 8, or excuse me, from a 9. But good news is we got plenty of plastic. Or petroleum to power the plastic. Well, maybe an 8. Try an 8, see how that works out. Yeah, there's a 50-degree difference between here and here. That's 150, that's 150. Ideally, I'd like to have it right there for the sensor, but I don't think there's anywhere closer that I can reasonably put it without moving the reservoir over. Although, what I could do, just to be a little bit more on the cautious, safe, and all that side, is I could do automation for another temperature sensor. Go right there. So yeah, it's either above it or next to it. And we got 148. We're at 154, so right above it seems like the better location. Deconstruct this at a 9, then it'll be have a wire hooked up but no signal, so then it'll automatically be confused, which is exactly what we're looking for. Alright. So, if we are getting a signal from here, and from here, with an and, I want to make sure it's cool enough and that we're allowed to operate it in the first place. So there's an and gate. Then we'll run a wire down here until, yeah, everything's still cool, literally speaking. That way we can set this one up to the 200. And then we'll set this one at about 150. That way we can still operate the oil refinery without necessarily operating the petroleum generator. Well, that'll get done tomorrow. Yeah, well, we killed a bunch of... some surf and turf and some omelets and lettuce, mushroom wraps. Well, it doesn't really seem like we got food from eliminating some of these puffs, but we did. It's just a coincidence. So our slime is at 5.3 tons. We're actually up on slime. Well, we did mine some out too. We've actually gotten some algae. We don't even have a warning against our oxygen generation, so that should be good. Stress is amazingly coming back down. I'm actually going to enable this building. Make sure they're all on public. Even Turner's private massage table will now be public. When we were having a lot of stress problems before, it was amazing because Turner was not getting all that stressed out. Even though he had a very high need. I think we can open this door up again. There's really no reason to have it closed. The tough part about this is if we have salt and water mixing, which might happen coming up soon. How are we doing on the... oh wow, we've got it almost done except for this part that's impossible. Now we just have to get the power. Which is probably the easiest part of it all. We'll just do it over here. I know, we're going to have a spill again. And it will be terrible. Real question is, can we actually get over there now? Yes. Which is a good. So I'm deconstructing these. And we can't reach these now because of something that happened somewhere. There's no power? So they can't use the suits, is my understanding. How many cycles do we have? Three cycles, so very nearly there. At least we're pulling oxygen out of here. Damage overheated. Is it just the door still? Okay, good. Or, well, now. Oh, nice. I can just click on that. Put some rust out. It's more useful than sandstone. Well, not really. Oh, no. We're out of sedimentary rock again. Yeah, just sand. No. Don't need sand. What about granite? What do we have a lot of? I have a ridiculous amount of granite. Igneous rock. 120,000. We could just switch it up to igneous rock. That's probably a better plan. And by switch it up, I mean include it. Yep, already filling it up. And then this was also set to that. Include igneous rock there. And we'll see if that affects them very much. Might end up getting stuck with hatchlings. But at least we are getting them fed, and they are not going to die. Not today. Okay. Eat up, eat up, eat up. Oh, so much coal being created. They must have been hungry for a while. because our system is completely backed up with coal generation. I feel bad for him now. And the issue over here is getting resolved a little bit. Oh, maybe not. It was only one that was being starving, but now more. In fact, I would prefer the other one be done for a little while, so we can drop this one down to 7. Maybe we'll drop them both down to 7. I'd at least like to see something in there first. I don't know how Sue got down there. It always worries me when I see that. Oh yeah, some more must have spilled out when we put the joint plate in. But we need to power it somehow. We're not operating the generator now because it is getting a red signal. We're actually generating a backup of petroleum, which is absolutely fine with me. Let's make sure that this has the priority though. Well, good news is some of it's just spilling over there anyhow. But now we have the airlock built, so that won't be happening again. Thank goodness for the prevention. Oh good, they didn't actually build it, they just supplied it. So let's drop that down to a 5 then. But I would also, alright, so stepping everything up a lot here. I'd like to see that done first. This after that, but this is an 8. And also a 6 is all this. Alright, so as of right now, we're working on plastic to get it up to nice levels. Which what I really should do. Excuse me. Put a slime refinement up here. Also, why is this a normal transformer and not a super transformer? That sure would be nice. We do other stuff that's random and way outside the normal base. Then we can just use this wire instead. which does mean we have to deconstruct this. Ellie making omelets. Getting us through these dark times. Which should be over very soon. Yeah, 1.3 cycles. These batteries are nice and full. We're getting the situation where we have extra over here. Air pressure seems to be managed over here more or less. The best we can do anyway. Without another vent. Which we could put in, because I'm a genius. Aha! I do, however, want to make this a little bit of a cluster. And next time I'll plan it out right, but I don't want to put 3 pipes into one side, and only one into the other. Consider using power shutoffs to reduce the power drain from your incubators. They only need to operate 10 to 20% of the day. No, I haven't really. Well, the setup I have for it is that they'll only incubate when I have population, so they won't even operate most of the time. And yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't even need them at all, honestly, to be on. I just need them to get loaded up. So you're right about that. So I could do a clock for each one. The only concern I have with this is that if it's deactivated at the time they would be loading it with an egg, would they cook that instead? I don't think that it could draw power if it was disabled. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. I could be wrong. Change 5% per cycle. No, almost all these ones are ready to go. Let's try enabling it real quick. Incubation 5%. Doesn't even seem like it's working. We'll give it a shot, though, see if our population is improved by this. However, it has no effect. I mean, that is the one good thing about these critter pens, is there's plenty of room. Because you just need them sizable, you don't actually need to put a lot in them. we are, all hooked up. Don't really need to deconstruct this one then. Each of them. Alright, so we just need the last two bits done. Fortunately, it did select gold amalgam, so we're not completely screwed from the beginning. Only hugging is affected by its power state. Oh. Wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. Only when they're actually actively paying attention to it does it incubate any faster. Which doesn't seem right either. I think it maybe just doesn't reflect it correctly on the incubator itself. What if we hit this up, look at the incubator, 0 out of 240. Zero out of 240. And that's just the 4, so they're not drawing any power right now. Oops. But I still don't mind the whole idea of the clock. In fact, it's strange that they aren't, this isn't doing anything even when just being plugged in. So disabling this doesn't even matter very much. It just means that they won't go and actively draw power again. So that's good to know, because I was deactivating them to try and reduce power usage. But it probably wasn't even really doing a whole lot anyway. So I might as well have them enabled. Just so we can reserve the eggs. It's going to take a low priority. And I think the clock sensors, unfortunately, do activate for 24 hours, so it'll be the same once everything is built as it had been. Alright, crude oil. Do need to get power down here, though. Which is basically just a matter of doing it. We can get that door built. Hey, we've got this pumping even. So now we can take full advantage of the geyser. Now the real question is, yeah, the water is really hot right here. 100 degrees. What does it get to about here? Still at about 100. So the air temperature is about that too. Give it a nice safe trip through. Stays about 100. Nicely insulated. Let's suppose that over here goes into our useful area. Really should cut this down just another notch so that the water can flow a little bit more actively. Because now we're going to have salt and normal water filling it, and they can definitely jam up in here. I'll even... No, I can't mop up the polluted water. There's too much of it right at that tile. Unfortunately, I don't think it will get pushed away. Actually, we don't even need the bottle emptiers here. I mean, we didn't anyway. Just set to a lower priority. Because what we could do is we can have this dump out. Oh wait, I don't want to do it quite like that. I do want to go all the way down first because we don't want to put in more liquid tiles there. Got everything parallel, perpendicular, blah blah blah. Even though it's not. Oh, funny, we can't even construct in there right now. I have to temporarily deconstruct this and this. And cancel this for now. And then find out what else is going on wrong. Let's do Y. Oh, okay, it's just that one tile right there. So have we harvested more of the fibers? Yes, more blank canvases. We can finish our art. Uh-oh. Pressure is too low. We're scrubbing out too much. Let's make sure that pressure is a little bit higher. Stealing all the carbon. Which we had to do for a while. Well, it's all carbon down there, but it's just not high enough pressure levels. Right, so these plants need at least 150, so we can put this at 250 and not worry too much about it. But let's go with 350, just to be a little bit more on the safe side. So how is this going? Not yet. Our pipe is blocked. Because it's currently only pulling out crude, which means we need to disable this one temporarily. To make sure only drawing from one source. Okay, good. We do have another larva egg. That's good. Oops. I've got a lot of things going on right now, and I would like them all to be done. But I need to be patient. I think maybe with the extra number of pumps, we do want to get a second filter in here. I know there's a really elegant way out there that doesn't even require filtration. Just relies on the fact that the air goes up and then you just pump out all the oxygen. Don't even worry about the hydrogen, except for the fact that you have to have at least one pump, otherwise it won't even go into the battery anyway. Now let's see, what if we did do another filter? Had both of these feed into it. Cancel that. And that. And that. We're going to move it over further too. I think. No. Just need to reorient. And then put in. Probably doesn't even matter. But we'll try it. Still at the same lower priority anyway. Okay, so that one is deactivated. We're just pulling from this one. And very soon we'll start filtering out sand. Yeah. Salt water. Actually, well, it was at one point that high, so we would have been pulling some of it out. It's difficult to say without seeing anyone actually operating it. Oh, wow, we have the reservoir completely blocked up. We're looking at building the monument. Sure, have some dirt. Not that we really use it for much anymore. Maintains 16 morale. The only person who is down on their morale. It's morale, current morale and need. Oh, okay. Max is down. It's just him. Everyone else is at 30 something. So I don't know what Max's deal is. But we're going to give you some things that you like to do. You're set. You're fine. And I don't need any more stress problems. Even though we're at literally 1 stress right now, because we're producing here again. So gas is getting filled up in here. We're at 95 again. But gas pressure needs to build up. Good news, we got plenty of coal to do that with. Specifically the carbon pressure. So that means that this needs to be dropped down to 5. Oh, the suits are just jam-packed, full of oxygen. Such delicious, tasty oxygen they have. So let's analyze this. It looks like it's dormant right now, so that'd be a great time to jump that up to priority 9 and get that done. Let's do some research in liquid tuning. In fact, we can just do advanced caffeination as well. Another glossy, which is going to starve to death anyway. Can be used for plastic, but we already have a source for that, so let's just get rid of him. And we have plenty of food now, so we can deactivate the egg grill. And plenty of salt pouring over to here. Flow seems good. We do need to leave that abyssalite there so we can use that as a stepping stone to do the construction here. However, we are set to encapsulate this room again. Throw a 6 on here just so it gets done first. That next time we happen to look in that direction, it's all good. We'll drop these down to a 7 because it's going to be a long journey to get them taken care of anyway. And the good news about this building is it shouldn't be able to flood unless we have much larger problems anyway. Since even a small amount of liquid will just fall right through. Now we could potentially end up with a situation where we need to irrigate these plants. Because we got plenty of salt water, so let's start processing that. Could even put in another refrigerator, which does not seem at all like a bad idea. But what we did want to do is enable this building. And hook it up. Oh, this is going to be a lot of... Maybe I use iron just to save on my gold. Or lead. Since we're not going to be overpowering a lot here. They're overheating. Seems fine. And then of course we don't need these 3 bits anymore. We're still... Oh! We don't need this building at all. Because this is just a coal storage. And we've moved all of our coal generation away. Which begs the question, how much coal do I have? I have 8.7 tons of coal, when before I thought I had none. Were they starving for that long? Because I've got a lot of coal. And I haven't even mined any recently. Oh, yeah, 95 kcals worth of omelets. Oh, these wires need to be done quickly. Well, we've got some food. The big problem is that the atmosphere down here is too thin. New plan. I think just a pressure sensor would be just as good. Let's get that built quickly. Because I don't want it venting away if there's not enough pressure. And if there's enough pressure, that means there's probably enough carbon. Because as long as it's activating, it's going to be taking away things that are lighter than carbon anyway. It might be a little bit of a problem for a little while. Make it a good carbon sink, so the pressure should be lowest. We could just go with 500 for now, see if that works out or not. This one is set to 350, but it's also a higher elevation. Oh, the sensor is. Alright, so this is done, which is great. So, it's an agreed signal if the temperature is below 44, which is a bit low. Do 150. Okay, maybe not. How about 180? $225? I just want to make sure that it does shut off at appropriate time. Look like it's lagging about 40 degrees below. So this might be okay. We'll see. No, looks like 200 might be the maximum we want it at. It's already overheating. 185 seems reasonable. Keeps dropping before, above and below it though. It's changing very frequently though, which is the unfortunate thing. Could also send an OR gate with a timer. It's really annoying to watch it, but its overheat temperature is 250. It's currently very close to that. But it hasn't gone over 250. So, I think that's what we're going to have to sit with. At some point, we're probably going to use a lot more of that power. But for now, that seems safe. This is running, getting a mix. Doing research for the sake of it now. And perhaps doing better. A couple little reservoirs of polluted water there. Get them a little bit of air, so to speak. Good, and all the lower pipes are done. Get this mesh tile back on there. The old prince is dead. And you're trapped. I gotta let them out of their bubbles. Signal if below 5, you are at 5, and you must... Well, you're only set to 3, I don't know why. Hey, we got our first one set up here. So let's run these in the night. For... about 10% of the day. We can copy the setting to each of them. Although, alternatively, maybe we change it to a time when people are actually able to do things. But stagger it, so set this one to 20. This one to 25. $30. We only have so many farmers anyway. Or ranchers, I should say. Or rust. Don't need thimbleweed. We've got some ranching solutions for that. And hey, you know what we never did? We never actually hooked up the last bit. We could also hook this up to the other things in the room. It's a lot of wiring. But it would mean that they wouldn't operate all the time. Which would be fine. Yeah, gas building up. Took us a long time, but we finally got this set up in a way that is pretty satisfactory. Pressure is acceptable. It's not overpressure or anything like that. So we are generating what? 800.2 kilowatts. That doesn't seem right. Because we're consuming way more than that. Unless it only means it, but it says circuit overview. Unless we really messed up here. Which we might have. And it would be pretty funny. We sure did. We put these into the isolated network. And not the main network. Oops. That being said, yeah. Seems like that's what happened anyway. Could be mistaken. It's a shame that I can't run this at full power, but I guess some air cooling we could do it. Eggs aren't being lullabied. You have to increase the activation time. Oh, if I notice that they aren't. Yeah. Well, I'm not as concerned about the lullaby as much as I just want them loaded. So as long as they have an egg in them and have any positive signals, like these ones are full. I've got enough in both of those pens. Because like the primary function of them making the eggs hatch faster, I don't even care about. I just want them to be reserved so that they don't get cracked open and eaten. Or cracked open and not eaten. I just wanted a way to regulate the population without having to micromanage it. Which it doesn't even seem like I have to have them plugged in to do that. Really hoping that this is the thing that makes everything wonderful again. I'll just finish the wire already. Also, that's still humming along. This does not have a designation because we finally built it. I only want to do larva eggs. If we get any long hairs, well, too bad for them. Although it's a 92% chance from him. And you are the younger one or the older one? You are the younger one. Still has a really high chance of the long hair. But the temperature overall should be a little bit higher up here than it had been. It could be because of this liquid down here that's keeping it way cooler than it should be. So it wouldn't seem like a bad idea to put a little bit more mesh tile in here. No, just mop this corner up. We do need to enable this at some point. Like right now. We're not generating that much oil with these slicksters anyway. Just a way to supplement until it gets to be too late. You're getting a sustainable amount of hydrogen in here, which is great. All right, because we've got the filter, which limits how much can go in there, which doesn't seem entirely necessary. What if it's set to 115? Yeah. We're getting work on this over here. Oh no, she's just installing the circuit. We haven't selected any material. I'd like to do gold. Oh, I selected iron. Oh, because gold had some good properties. But iron has better ones. Plus we also need iron for something later. I think we just had the 3. We could also select lead, which isn't particularly useful and is naturally found down here. So we're going to come over here and get these diamonds at some point. These are all very low priority jobs though. Coming down to enable the building? Repair it. Because you're made out of copper ore. Great. Anything else down here made out of the wrong material? Alright, you're made out of gold, so you're fine. We fixed you. Copper groom station. Your OV temperature is... maybe you don't have one. And hopefully you don't. Because that would be a bit odd. I didn't expect it to get that hot up here, but I don't have a lot of experience dealing with the petroleum generator, especially not when we're activating or running full time. Perhaps I was mistaken about iron. Fine metal. So copper, lead, and iron. And of course, gold. Refined carbon. I have plenty of lime, but refined carbon? What is that done? I don't believe I've ever even heard of refined carbon before. I mean, maybe you do it with coal. Let's see. Refined carbon is the solid element purified from raw coal. Well, certainly that's a refinement. Kiln? Ah, thank you. Oh, yeah. Just never done it. Let's do that 50 times. Well, maybe we should do it more of a specific number. We've got tons of coal, though, literally. 10 tons of coal. So in order to do this, you need 20 kilograms. So if we use the kiln 50 times, we will have 5 tons of coal, which is 5,000 kilograms. Which doesn't seem excessive or not enough, and we can always make more later. Plus, we've got our well-fed hatches, which are just literally excreting it for us. Could have been a little bit more crude, but didn't feel like it. Alright, pressure is good here. These are getting fed with their water again. I feel like I have plenty of lime now. Oh. Maybe I don't. Don't even have a ton yet. Advanced caffeination has been researched. Using gold to make that. Molecular forge processes rare materials and advanced material goods into advanced industrial goods for space travel and stuff. We haven't done any medicine at all because, well, it's kind of become irrelevant. I think we need the glass forge for the monument. Yes, we do need glass for that. Also need steel, 5 tons of steel. So if we need 5 tons of steel, that means we need to make 50. Which 10 would, yeah, we just need 2,000 kilograms of refined carbon in order to make all the steel we need. So that should be good. Overheat temperature plus 360, that's what we need to make the stuff down there out of. So let's actually double that up. I want 100. Okay, fine, 99. Oh, with its, or of its temperature coolant? Yeah, so. You're saying if I Oh, that's not even the right thing. I think you mean this. Which will add 360 to the finished building's overheat temperature. Yeah. And high thermal, oh, it's high thermal conductivity, but that's fine. That's to be expected. So we're pumping water in there. Unlabeled heat at the bottom. Oh, this one. 100 joules will be produced to cool off the fabricated item. Okay. We'll raise the temperature of the water by 100 degrees and heat the containing building. Well, that's interesting. So I guess the similar to do with the polymer press. Well, maybe not. Okay, they made one. Now I can make 99 again, so I can have 100. There. How you guys doing? Good, good. Did I not change this to 5? I did. So that's green. This is a red. This is green. Okay. We wanted to put an airlock here so that we could plant the buddy buds so it doesn't get out into the air. Now we can channel the spirit of the dead into the plant, and then we can talk to it and not seem as crazy. I still having body temperature issues up here. I mean, if we get mirth leaves, that'll be resolved, but they're not as easily obtained as I'd like them to be. No, gas pressure, that's what I wanted. So these areas are not at maximum gas pressure. You're only going to the 4 locations. Pretty low. Oh, this one capped up there for a moment. Yeah, it's pretty close. This one, yeah, these two are both in the same region, so they're getting pretty close up there. So one can only hope that one day they will cause us to reach the maximum. And then we'll have all the air going here and it'll be nice and cool. But perhaps not. No, this actually is not completely backed up now. However, there's no power here. Which means that we just ended up taking one of the vents out, and it makes perfect sense why. But of course, power problems there. But that's a sub effect of that over there, I'm sure. These are completely full, of course. So how's our level? It's not going down very fast. Now we've got power over here. need to install or hook up. A lot of little quick projects that need to be done. You guys are all hungry? A little bit. We need a polluted oxygen geyser or something. Haha. How's this going? Alright, we're making great progress here. The only concern I have that... Well, we do have this one disabled, so it shouldn't happen. But it could happen that we suck up all this. This should... Yeah, there's 10 kilograms of... No, that's the liquid pipe. That's oil. That's oil. That's oil. Should be okay. And it looks like we're probably only sucking the one element. No, we're still sucking off a little bit of crude, which is kind of concerning. But we're not backing up the saltwater pipe at all. We also have some polluted water, but if that gets over here, it'll damage equipment for just a moment. Not like, at this point, I'm particularly concerned with damaging any thing by getting a little bit of polluted water into it. So we could cool the liquid. As it goes through this pipe. Or we could just cool it right here. We'd have to hook up power to it. And that is a big old power hog though, I believe. Yeah, 1.2 kilowatts just for that. Oh, we can do miniaturization. Valves. Renewable energy, we're not anywhere near the top. Draws in steam and outputs water. I think the valve miniaturization will just be nice for the future. Oh, you know what? Transportation tubes. We've got plenty of plastic. Let's definitely research that. Then we're going to replace all of our stupid ladders. Or at least most of them. Some of them? I haven't put in any fire poles, I just realized. But that's, I guess, what happens sometimes. Oh, there's not a lot of point in putting in the slidey fire poles now because we're so close to having the transit tubes. What would happen if I took this out? Just had the two pumping from here. Replace this, of course, with a airlock. Then I would just force more hydrogen up here from this room. It would go down here. It wouldn't really make much difference. since it is open over here. Plenty of salt water, just literally everywhere. I mean, that's what this map is. It's a water-filled map. We're also getting lots from the geyser. And did we analyze this yet? We did. It's still dormant. It has a pretty good active period, though. 74 out of 123 cycles. It's going to be active very soon. It's basically down 50, up 70. This one is also pretty good. It has a long active cycle, but it is up more than 50% of the time. Which we shouldn't have very much concern for water for a long time. Just from those, not even cracking into new sources. Which means that I am ready to dig. Oh, we did dig this up a good ways. I want to see what is going on up here. I got here sand, which is fine. As long as we have something solid above it. Let's even go for the bleach. He's loving that egg. I guess the only downside to this setup, while it seems like it's pretty good so far, it won't actively take out, I mean, it's mostly just for the generation of coal, but if I wanted to do it as a food source, it doesn't necessarily kill any of them off. I guess I could manually monitor and it would be some micro, but it's like every time I see that I can be like, alright, who gets to feed the colony? I'm sure we haven't made any. We've definitely made some steel. Is that not refined metal? Is that some other kind of advanced metal? Maybe a manufactured... Yep. 700 kilograms of manufactured material steel. We also need to dig up some diamonds. Oh, we need we need a lot of steel. Because it's 5 tons for each of these and 7.5 tons for that. Also need obsidian, diamond, and glass, which we're working on glass, or we have the research for glass now. Ceramic, 250 kilograms. It does not say how much I already have. But one can reasonably assume that it is that amount. Oh, not forever. Forever is different than 25. Oh, outside of recreation room. So why are you not a recreation room? Do you need a plant? Missing a decor item. think this is a wider one, yeah. Let us make a... I want gold. I don't have any gold. Let's make some gold. Mostly because I don't want to make an iron or a steel statue. We got 29 tons of gold amalgam. You just hit up 99 on this too. I'll stick to 50 for now. Let's not overdo it. You have not had power for quite some time, have you not? Oh, that is resolved. Anyway, more coal, sure. And the only reason they're at a deficit right now is because we've decided to be. Build the pedestal. Oh, it's out of granite too. That's convenient. I don't think there's a way to individually select the different materials for different priorities. Just you're either doing it or not. Okay, so when you're hugging, incubation becomes 25% per cycle instead of 5%. Extra 20% bonus for the lullaby. So, I'm not going to overlap these because I only see it being done by 1% at a time anyway. So we go 0, 12, etc., etc. Actually, that would be 37. Yeah, I know my numbers. It is happy because we completed more research. Transit tubes, which might be a fun thing for the next time. Really not a lot else. Glass bending, or glass blowing, which is a way of bending glass with breath. Ooh, jet suits and all this space launching madness. New frontier, unfamiliar territory. So pressure actually got lower here again for whatever reason. And this is set to only operate if there's 500 or more. So either way, we've got a good amount of food. Not a lot of mushroom wraps, which means we're using all of our mushrooms. Of course, I could set them to low priority, but then they would not be tended to. In fact, I do want it loaded up before we even pay attention to our tame critters as well. Kevin, come on, don't sleep. Sprouted flowers. How did you do that? Thought we had these on a tight security lockdown. I know Mima is allergic to the flowers. Her room is over here, so she shouldn't pass by there under normal circumstances. should be okay. And this water was not polluted before, and now it is. Well, whatever happened, happened. Don't have anyone with food poisoning, so I'm not super concerned about it. Well, we're constructing the paintings, but they're not doing very much with them. And ever since we put the buffer in, we haven't been really getting a lot out of those natural geysers. I wonder if we can dig a little bit deeper. Not yet. Actually, let's take another look at this. I don't even think we need that pump anymore. That specific pump, we do not. Let's get some more natural gas generators directly below these ones. And more fertilizer. Oh, we put spaces there the last time. Got it. I'm not that worried about the chlorine gas. Famous last words, maybe. Right, so also the automation. I should probably put these down to 3 though, on the priority. Because I don't really need to get it done. More of a, hey, wouldn't it be nice if kind of thing. No, I could just deconstruct that one entirely. But I think it's okay. Oh, that's bleach stone. Maybe we don't build that particular kind of tile there. Insulated should be fine. Same for right here. We can just replace it, and that should be okay. Right, and then the piping. I should say ventilation instead of the piping, I suppose. So it goes that way, comes up that way. Wait, do I really have this in... How long has it been like this? It's in backwards. Well, one of them is in backwards. It depends. Which was I trying to do? Supply everything? Or was it... No, it's not backwards. Cancel, 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 cancel. Cancel! I was too slow. He was too fast. He was besting me this day. So that's coming from here to fill up that way. Wait. It is? I know I limited the amount that could flow through that way. But then I put a shutoff valve there. But if... Yeah, I really do feel like it should be this way. Now we can supply down here. Then we can gas pipe down here. That one's super simple. And then my gas bridge right here. Now the question is, do I want these on the same network or a separate network? Which, no, I want it on the same one. But all this stuff gets to be a 3. Except for maybe that. And that. Those are fine what they are. Right, now it's fertilization because we've used all of our slime, haven't we? Sure did. So we don't need this building anymore. We need a storage container over here for slime. Let's deconstruct this so we can put in a tube here. I haven't done tubes yet either. It seems like a lot of fun. Put that there just as a reminder. We are going to be doing that, but firstly, storage bin. You know, I could do a smart storage bin. For the first time ever, that seems useful. Because we need the slime for keeping these plants healthy. And then if we end up with an extra, then we can turn it into polluted water and algae, which we don't have a huge need for. We really don't even have very much of it either. Also, I thought we were supposed to be building a carbon skimmer somewhere, which got built over here, but has no intake for liquid. Which I think it specifically needs normal water. It'd be a real shame. Well, we shouldn't be generating a lot of carbon over there. So I think it would be fine if we just had a liquid bridge going over there from here anyway. Might as well make use of that random pipe that was still over there. Hey, Marine. Or Mayreen. Helps pause the game. You can try canceling. Can't. Pausing the game helps, yeah. I don't like pausing. Static keeps happening every 10 minutes or so and lasts for a minute. Let me try unplugging and plugging back in. I don't know if that will do anything or not, but it seems like the most likely thing that could happen. Gold amalgam, I've been running low on that. Well, no I haven't, but I've been wanting to use it for things. Gas is slowly building up in pressure. And we've still got most of the cycle. I might end up building some more backup gas storage over here. And by might, I mean I'm already doing it. But I want to do it in such a way where we'll only fill the... Well, it doesn't even matter if I fill these ones up first or last. Right. Oh, that's fine. Good, because it's not going to spill over that way this time. For some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. But I'll take it. It probably will fill up enough to spill over. And yep, this one ran out, and it didn't get it all first. Well, I can deconstruct everything here first. Or rather here. And we can rebuild it. Out of gold again. At least I hope I did it out of gold the first time. But annoyance here is nothing. Everything's fine. Probably isn't even a lot of salt water, but it is salt water nonetheless. Hey, that's convenient. This salt water will just be there forever unless the water levels rise up again. We didn't run dry, did we? Oh, we did actually. Wow. Yeah, well, we resolved a couple of issues with this not being operated very much at all. Even with a non-9 priority. Oh, joy. Yeah, that happened. Well, there's a fix for this. At least this is an isolated pool and it will only infect other areas if I make it do that. But yeah, that was probably happening for a while. Building a fertilizer synthesizer. Another tactic with natural gas is to vent the... Oh. Build them inside and just have conveyors load them from the outside. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the... Oop, where am I? Where's my base? Yeah, the fertilizer, just have it suck up the fertilizer and the sand, I think is... No, they're loaded by sand. Oh, can you actually load them with automation? The shipping? Build them inside, and just have the conveyors load them from the outside. Conveyor receptacle. Unload solid materials from a conveyor range into storage. But I don't know a way to load a machine. They can put items into machines. I did not know that. And yeah, the loader can be used manually by dupes as well. Okay. That's good to know. I did not know that about automation. This is the first time I've ever done anything at all with it. So we need slime. You are not enabled. We do want to disable this right now. I do want to put all of our slime here, though. We don't use. Which means we want to, I think, at a party 7, because our mushroom should be at party 8. Okay. Might want to do another slime dig. There's none over here. Yeah, I did see the manual use. I just didn't know that you could use the sweepers to load machines up. But I will definitely do that at another time. This giant mess down here right now is not something I'm prepared to fix. At least not right now. Maybe on this base, but not right now for sure. Okay, we got that filled back up. How much plastic do we even have now? Yeah, 1.317 tons. Which is getting there. Oop. Hate it, I keep clicking on the thing, and it says it just fine without doing it. .5 kilograms of plastic. So just for the monument midsection do I need the plastic, which we're getting up there. So next time I notice it going over that amount, I will go ahead and disable that building. Although we are going to be doing the tubes, travel tubes. Which would be really nice to have to get down to here. That should cut down on the commutes. I'm pretty sure I'll still have the long commutes, though. And the pups are still complaining that there's not enough toxins over here. Oh, easy solution to a few things over here is just to do more of this robo mining. And we're out of lead. Oh, that might not be good. Hey, that goes really quickly. Yeah. I'll definitely be deconstructing this when I'm done with it. Then damn it. Straight lines. Can we do them? I don't know. Not self-cooling refinery, but I've got it with an automatic shut-off at certain temperatures. It's really, really ghetto rigged. Yeah. turns off if it gets too hot. Damage overheating. So, make that 190 then. I did actually do some research, though, to figure out the oscillator. I was doing like 4 separate clock ones, and it was kind of stupid. Alright, so we're low on critters down here. Good here, here, here. I thought they might have had this done by now, but they don't. Which is fine. Doesn't really matter how long it takes. Out of liquid there. This should be active. No, it's still dormant. Oh, for only another half cycle. Got enough power. We can enable these again. Even though we should just be doing it with some water. Which would be a much better way to do it. Then we would only need one and not both of them. Let's actually do that right now. Will of course look very stupid because of the power, but hey, sometimes that's just how it is. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Just the buildings here. Okay, no, not that one. That's too many. We would never be able to get through there. I don't actually see the ice yet. It could have literally... Oh, no. Wolframite, granite... Ice may have all melted, which is amusing. Wait. Oh, that's granite. Seems like it has all melted away. Plenty of plastic, getting there on the steel, which we do need so much of. Output pipe is full. Oh, you know, I had this problem before too. So let's deactivate this one so we don't flood our plants too badly. Fortunately, we have stopped before they were actually flooded. Assuming that it gets shut. No. We also need to turn this off, which means we might as well turn the whole thing off. And then keep this enabled. Food's a little low. We can enable the omelets again. That worries me that I see a stray gas pipe there. I pat myself on the back for that one. Now, once they build the ladder, they can reach it. Right now, it's just awkward and weird. What fun. Hey, another oxyfern. We've been getting a lot of those today. I have one here already, but it's not really getting a lot of use. The scrubbers are finally doing their part. We could put her over here and partner up with the scrubber over here, which does not have its stuff done yet, which I don't like. So I thought I made it. No, it's only priority 5 for some reason. I thought I did up into a 6. Maybe that was just the power to get it going. Which means I make this ugly mess a 7. I guess as well as this up here. Which means this is no longer reachable. Means we need a ladder here. And here I thought I was getting the base nice, neat, and organized. No, not at all. I was also going to enable these. So that they can start producing. Right, now the ladders can go. All that delicious salt water. Actually, it spits out a lot, it would seem. 10 kilograms. In a very full pipe. Maybe it just has good viscosity. We'll have to see how much the water level rises or lowers. It's not too much above the wall anyway. This should be on auto. Then we need to put it back to send a grid signal if below 500. So it should be correct. Well, that means that we can't get out there right now. So I'll set this to auto for now, with permissions being fine. That way they can at least get through there and get that job done. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, jeez. Well, we're gonna have to eat omelets for a while. Less lettuce, which we're fine on lettuce. It's the dust caps that are being held back. What is it this time? Fertilization, yeah. We need more slime, which is what we're kind of trying to do up here. I don't know if we had any other pockets around that would be accessible. We do over here. Oh, it's a bit of a bother to get there. I guess we could do this ladder going down. Damn it, I let go! I hate that bug. No, I did not actually want to dig out my entire base. At least I can select specifically cancel out the dig orders. Hopefully I didn't cancel anything I wanted to do. Thought it was bad when it did that with pipes and stuff. Hopefully that took care of that. Oh. Now this can all be handled in good time. This shouldn't be too hard to do. Overheat again. Alright, 180 it is. And 175 over here. Let's look at some cooling options. Yeah, it's a manually operated system. I'd rather just have it not activate 100% of the time. In fact, I think we still have... Liquid reservoir is empty. No, it's still has a bunch of petroleum in it. So I can even drop this one down to 175 or 160. Just to make sure that everything's fine. I can't continue working up this way, which is fine because I don't have any plans to. Until the platforms are built, which is probably why this is a little bit behind. So you can at least set a small priority on those platforms themselves. Cancel! Don't do that. You can't do that. Ugh. Actually, I think they can, but... No, specifically Neutronium doesn't, even though it is rated like that. That would have really been bad. Let me double check the other guys I have up here too. Alright. And then down here is fine. The funny thing is I'd rather keep it a little bit warmer down here so that they produce the right kind of offspring. I could also rebuild these out of steel, which I should probably just do that. What about this? What's your 257? Yeah, let's even get rid of that. Deconstruct all this stuff. Put in new versions of it all. Made out of iron. Pretty sure we have a good amount of it. Not iron. See, I'm doing this again. I was like, can I even make them out of steel? Might not be able to. Okay, steel's good for that. Oil refinery can be made from steel. Steel for the petroleum generator and for the polymer press. Steel is okay too. Incubator steel. And lastly, plumber steel. Excellent. This shall be done at a fairly high priority. So for that one, anything else in here that actually requires more thermal resistance, I will take care of on an individual basis. But I want to be able to do whatever I need to. Steel, 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 steel. Oh, running out of steel. And this one needs to be constructed at a 9 so that I can immediately get it on the right filtration. Alternatively, I could move it out of the room very easily, but it's already in here. This will also allow us to run this room a little bit hotter. Oops. No, we've got some stuff over there. It's a high priority. Such as the ladder. Yeah, the oil. Gotta make sure we get that filtered correctly. I do want these built fairly soon. But not quite a #1 priority. So they build the tubes yet, which would be funny. No, okay. I want to actually set those to a priority of 1. Because I don't actually want them built, I just want to have a small reminder that I want to do something with tubes. Which I could actually have a big reminder over here with the... Oh, I would need some metal. Which this requires a ton of. Pipe is blocked? Yeah. Which we'll have to deal with. It's just too bad for us. Alright, looks like everything is kind of in a stable state right now. More or less. So I am going to be going for the day. I'm very glad that everyone who came by did so. Oh, I need power up there. Oh, well, now I know why I'm so low on metal, because I was doing this silly thing. But, yeah, thank you for joining me again, Reality Flaw specifically, and Marion specifically, and anyone else who was there too throughout the day. And we're going to see if, there's no one really to raid. Maybe someone else is playing Oxygen Not Included. Oh, I do have to go to work, so randomly picking this one. Sure. Looks good to me. Oh. And once again, thank you again, and I am out of here. Goodbye, and have a great day.